Hello, 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 everyone. It has been a hot minute since I've sprinted, but I'm here. And my goal for the day is right now to finish watching back my TBR. As you can see, we're kind of angled so you can't see what happened to me. And to finally read the Rocky Rainbow Book Club pick. I'm a little behind. If you've been following my vlogs, which are actually, I think, pretty much caught up, I think, at least we're close, then you know that April has been just, awful. Like this year, I swear, I feel like we went from, all of the dumpster fire in January to my birthday month, which was always going to be a downer, to the medical issues with Stormy, to me being sick, to finally feeling like I got that back on track, only for my neighborhood to turn into an episode of Cops, which has continued into April. Last week, I think it was last week, I'm losing track of time. Last week, I think the cops were here 4 or 5 times in the space of like an entire week, or in the space of 7 days. So it's been a lot, and it's very overstimulating. It's meant a lot of interacting with my neighbors. And it's just, it's been massively exhausting. And then in the middle of all of that, I had, the neighbor had a water leak, which led to them having to dig up her entire yard and replace her water line so that we could then, so that she could have, some non-water issues. And of course, it led to a boil water advisory, which meant I couldn't film or be on here or, wash my hair, which stunk. My hair didn't stink. It was like stunk like it was bad. It was sucky, not as in smelled bad. I realized that I had a poor choice of words there. So it was just, it's been long 2026. But I'm here today because I think things are chill and quiet, and I should be able to actually focus on hanging out with you all. So let's see. Hi, Chris. Hope you're well. I've got lots to get done. 25 pages of 100 so far. Nice. Hopefully my sprints can help. I know I've caught some of your sprints. I haven't been as great about it because I've been massively overstimulated. So a lot of the time when I'm just like by myself, I'm like sitting in here going, I just want quiet. I just want quiet and dark, quiet and dark. Like yesterday, I was talking myself down from a meltdown. I was that bad. Hello, Sue. You're working on your reading journal right now. Nice. And we have some hellos. I hope Noteworthy Fiction's name is Nicole. That is Nicole. And Sue said hi to Tolanda, and Nicole said hi to Sue and Tolanda. Hello, Amanda. You're making dinner. I will be having dinner at some point, but I did have a second brownie today, so I'm good. I'm good for the moment, but at some point I will be making homemade pizza. Sue said hi to Amanda. Amanda said hi to Sue. Hopefully everything is running smoothly, because that was the other thing, is my internet's been flickery too. Life was crazy for you. Here's to a better rest of the year. I hope so. Amanda's been getting a play-by-play, so they can tell you how crazy it's been in my neighborhood right now. And both Nicole and Tolanda said hi to Amanda. So what are you all going to be working on? Like I said, I will be working on watching the end of my TBR back so that can hopefully go out tomorrow. And then finally reading this. I've read this before and I remember liking it, but to continue the series, I needed to reread it. And I thought it was perfect for the Queer Friends prompt for the Rocky's Rainbow Readathon board. And so I decided to give it as an option, and y'all seem to gravitate towards it. Amanda said hey to Nicole and Tolanda. I'm trying to remember. I think the audiobook is 9 hours-ish. So it'll take me 3 hours to listen to. Nine hours, 34 minutes, and 21 seconds. So yeah, that would be a little over 3 hours. So not bad. I got plenty of time to do that tonight. So that's exciting. Like I said, I'm very, very excited to get back into this series. Because I remember having a good time with it, but like the minute details are just gone. I read way too much and then I don't pick them up. I'm doing better about that with series, but I didn't used to. It used to be, oh, look, what an interesting series. Let's read the first book. And then I would finish the first book, go, oh, I really enjoyed that. Set it down and go, oh, look, what an interesting series. And then I would go over here and go, oh, look, what an interesting series. Which is how I ended up in the middle of so many series with such a backlog. First Witches Club by Maisie Yates is my first read. You're at 212 of 357 right now. Nice. You've got to clean your living room and then get my content creation done and try not to fall asleep. I got 3 hours of sleep and was up at 5 this morning, so I'm sleepy. I just finished my content creation because, like I told you, me and Amanda are buddies on Finch, which is working really, really well for me, which is why I'm not that far behind in vlogs and stuff, because one of my goals on Finch is to do 30 minutes of booktube every single day, like editing wise. So I've been editing videos. I've been watching Kelly's sprints back. She does morning sprints every day. So I've been sticking on her sprints because she does 30-minute sprints like I do, at least in the mornings, and watching one of those back and getting some editing done. And then Amanda challenged me this week to do 30 minutes of content creating. So that has allowed me to watch videos back or make thumbnails. If I have editing to do, I can do that, or filming. So it has definitely been making me a little bit more productive and on top of things with my channel, and also doing it in a way where it's bite-sized. I don't feel like I'm overwhelmed because it's like, oh, I have like 3 vlogs and they're all at least 40 minutes. Some are over an hour and I need to edit them all today. And that's going to take me 16 hours to do because vlogs are atrocious for editing. I got some decent sleep. I have my neck hurts right in here. I slept at like a weird angle the last couple of days and it's really driving me nuts. So that has also been fun. Like, it hurts to turn my head that way because of how I slept. So that's great. Oh, in case y'all don't know, May is Cielo's Curious Chapters, and you're never going to guess who's in my room right now, ignoring us because she's busy sleeping. But I'm very careful, and I go like this. Took it! He's Cielo and Cloud Boy. Cloud Boy is back there. He's been hanging out. Say hi, Cielo! She's like, it's too hot. So I try to do this without accidentally spoiling Phase 10 for everyone. Sorry about that. We haven't been opening the windows, so it gets hot. Which you'll see in my TBR video, where, in my opinion, I look miserable because I'm so hot. Because we're not opening the windows because of the pollen, and it was like 70 out yesterday when I was filming, so that was no bueno. So the cats are not loving that either. Anywho, I think on that note that we should kick off our first sprint. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. It's been a hot minute. And get going so that I can get Sir Callie read. So I will see everyone in 30. How do we do? I've got my TBR uploading and I made it to page 43. So decent start to Sir Kelly. I don't know if you can see, but Rockstar is up there. Kitties! Cielo, I'm so ready for your readathon. She's sleeping. But I don't know if you saw, but I turned around and told her that right after you sent it, right after the sprint started. You did 9 rolls in Cielo's game to go around the board twice. Nice. I only went around the board once, but I used a D6, and I think I got plenty of rolls. You forgot about sprints, but you're here now. You've been updating my reading journal. I have 2 more books to add to it. Nice. I'm finally getting to do my reread of Sir Kelly. Finished making and eating dinner. Got the kiddos eating. Ended up dishes from making dinner. That was a productive sprint, Amanda. I'm excited for dinner tonight. Homemade pizza is always good. And I'm debating turning off the fan. It's starting to get chilly, honestly. Read 20 pages. Not bad given how distracted I started. Nice. Distractions will do that. I've had so many. So very many. It's a weird balance right now with the weather. Because it'll get hot, and then you got to turn the fan on, but then it'll start to feel chilly, so you got to turn the fan off. But then it'll get warm again, so you got to turn the fan back on. I'm hoping that this stays cool, because I'm a little worried about overheating with my computer. So, fingers crossed. I think, honestly, I need a new laptop, because I think this one's getting outdated, and is probably full of cat fur. But the thought of trying to figure out what kind of laptop to get and all of that is... I just don't have the spoons for that. I barely have the spoons to function. So, I can't take on anything more serious. And text said, hey, Amanda. You finished your journaling and made popcorn. Read to page 228 of 357. Thanks, Sprint Sue. You read 5 pages of your book, reading Never Over by Claire Gilmore. Got the last of your coffee. Hope to read more the next sprint. Fingers crossed for you, Talonda. And Sue said hi to text. Dinner tonight is Impossible Burgers and seasoned fries. We call it our Red Robin meal, but made at home. Nice. I'm annoyed because they used to have it so that you could get a couple and they'd be in like the cooler where like the burgers made of cow are. But now you can only get the frozen ones in the freezer section. And I struggle with the mental block on that because when I was a kid, hamburgers were just something we didn't freeze because it has made people in my house sick before. So I tend to equate it with hamburgers, even though it's not actually hamburger. So it's really messing with my brain that the only ones I can get are the frozen ones. And text said hi to Sue. Amanda said text, hope you have another plate ready. I'll be over in 5. Just ignore the fact that I just ate. Yeah. Impossible Burgers are so good. They are. They are really good. I like their chicken nuggets too. I do want to try. My mom has seen that they have hot dogs. Like Impossible hot dogs. And I'm like, I'm not going to say I was a huge hot dog eater, but I did like one every once in a while. And when I would go to like barbecues and stuff, it was more reliable than hamburgers because I was so picky. I was like, essentially, I want it done all the way through, no paint whatsoever. But the outside, I want it done like it's like medium rare at maximum. And it's really hard to achieve that balance of not cooking the outside so it's cooked too much where I won't eat it, while also getting it cooked all the way through on the inside. So when I would go, my dad was great at figuring out how to do that and making. So I would only eat my dad's barbecued hamburgers. However, when I went anywhere else, if I had the option, I would take hot dogs because they were less likely to be cooked weird. And we were at a friend's house, me and my nephew. We're at my mom's friend's house. We had stayed because we were swimming in the pool. My mom had to go do stuff, and her friend was like, they can stay, it's fine. And we ended up staying for dinner, and I chose to have hot dogs, and my nephew chose to have a hamburger. And when he bit into it, it was mostly like this bright pink, like it was still mooing. It was so rare, and he regretted not going the hot dog route like I did. The outside was star-broiled, though. Tech Smith added an emoji face. Your grocery store really has them, so I have to go to Whole Foods, which is 30 minutes away. It's near the library, which is why I could get them today. Yeah, see, I don't go to the store, so it's possible my mom's just like not seeing them, but they're supposedly there according to the websites, but then my mom can't find them at the store, so shrug. It is one of the downsides of not being able to go physically in the store myself. Anywho, we did meow, so let's get back to being productive. I will see everyone in 30. How do we do? I got to page 99. I have definitely forgotten most of the book. That's for sure. So reread was definitely needed. Impossible had hot dogs. We usually do the light life, I think it is. I don't know if I want to take the chance though, because it's one of the few things Bud will eat. Yes, they do indeed have hot dogs. I really should try them because I think they would be up my alley, and it would be nice because they're also probably something I can cook a little bit quicker. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hang on. So 1, we have a cloud. And then 2, this mirroring thing is really hard. We have a Rocky. Look at. We have a Coco. Say hi, Coco. I mean, we also have an Ellie and a Buggy and a Porky. But look, it's Coco. Say hi, Coco. He's like, yeah, leave me alone. I don't want to be on the internet today. He's probably not happy that I was looking at him. He's very particular about if and when I touch him, or anybody touches him for that matter. The grocery store has the Impossible chicken patties, but not the burgers. It's so weird. Doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me either. I would figure that more people are likely to buy hamburgers than chicken patties. So why wouldn't it have the, Impossible burgers? You usually get tofu pops. I don't think I've ever tried tofu. Happy Time Zone, my friends. I'm trying to record a voiceover on an edited video, and Wondershare decided today was not the day. I'm sorry to hear that, Kelly. I want to thank you for your sprints. So I'm behind. I think the sprints I'm on are the morning, like your first morning back after your trip. And I have been watching your Morning Time Pirate sprints back to help me catch up on editing, and it's been fantastic. Like, absolutely fantastic. I picked a day. I don't remember when, but I picked a day, and I've been slowly watching them because I don't do like an hour and a half. I just do usually a half an hour, and they've been helping me catch up on all of my editing and channel stuff. So, and it's been really fun because it's like getting to hang out with y'all, but like after the fact. And thanks to, it's Alicia, I think is your co-host. I have the Finch app now, and that is also massively helpful. And Sue said hello to Kelly. Sue got to page 245 out of 357. Nice. I think the next sprint is going to be a dinner sprint. I'm not quite hungry yet, but I feel like I'm going to get hungry. And because my pizza is something that takes more than like 5-10 minutes to cook, I want to get ahead of it because it has to be in the oven for like 15 minutes and the oven has to preheat. So we're looking at like 20 minutes, and then you add in actually putting it all together, and now you're at like 30-ish minutes. And that's if everything goes smoothly. So I think I want to turn the next sprint into a dinner sprint so that I can get my dinner going. You know I love you, Coco. I know you don't believe it sometimes, but I do. And Kelly waved hi to Sue. The more I think about food, the more hungry I get. Oh, he's lied down. Okay, he put his head down. He's very cute. So yeah, you're getting to see kitties you don't normally see. What with Cloudman being up here and then Coco actually being in my room, I have 6. That's half the cats. Surprised Squeaky isn't around. She's been in here a lot lately too. Like a lot. Speak of the devil. I just said you've been in here a lot. I was surprised you weren't in here. Hello, Squeak. Yeah? What are you doing? Meow. Well, come on. No, you just gonna sit down there and squeak, huh? Blitzy is here. Well, come here. You're all caught up in the cord for the fan. Well, don't go that way. Cielo don't like you. Come here. Hey, Squeaky, come here. Come on. Come on. There she is. Look, it's Blitzy. Say hi. Y'all are getting all the kitties today? Yeah. Oh, good kitties. Oh, Cielo's like, that's it, I'm out. I think. Or are you trying to come over? You don't like Blitzy. You're mean to her. They used to be best buds because they're litter mates. And then Blitzy went to the vet one time. And we used to bring them together. And for whatever reason, ever since that particular vet trip, Cielo has decided she no longer likes Blitzy. You shedding, kid. Oh. You went to the grocery store today, starving. Yeah, I used to try to avoid going to the grocery store when I was hungry because I'd be like, oh, that looks good. Let's get that. Oh, that looks good. Let's get that. So you bought a ton of frozen food and ready-made meals to eat for the rest of the week? Yeah. Yeah. I hate cooking. I have no choice, but I hate cooking. Sorry, catching up, so I'm not watching the last break live. I finished adding Sir Callie in my reading journal. I put the seasoned fries in the oven, and now to take care of the laundry. Nice. What are you doing? She's like half hanging on my leg. Like I was like, are you getting down or are you curling up? Apparently the answer is getting down. Yeah, I'm enjoying this, but I forgot how hard of a read it can be. It is definitely not a middle grade I would hand to the younger end. You don't have time to cook and don't have time to do dishes. This was my solution rather than door dashing the whole week. And this way, there are vegetables in the food. That is a good solution. I only get my vegetables if I drink a shake, and I have been very, very bad about that because I have like a greens blend that I can put in my shake because I do not like vegetables. I really struggle with the taste and texture, and it's just, I might as well be somebody on Fear Factor eating live cockroaches. Your husband makes the burgers. So this is one of the rare times when I don't really have to do anything. I am very picky about how my food is cooked. And I know my mom well enough to know that she's not going to do my food the way I want it done. So I might as well just cook it for myself because it's going to be less stressful for me in the long run. But I look forward to tomorrow, which is pizza day. I mean, I have to get a filling at 4:10, which I'm not happy about. But then it's pizza day, so I don't have to cook tomorrow. And I'm very, very excited about it. Yeah, Sir Callie was stressful, but good. That is a very good way to describe it. I think it is really well done in the way it tackles the things it chooses to tackle. And I do think it's great that they have, like kids have a book that has those issues in it, because there's going to be kids who see themselves in Callie and see the treatment that Callie is getting and recognize all of that. So I think that is very, very important to be out there. And I really like the setting as well. I just think it's an interesting setting, and I remember really, really liking it. I just know I don't remember enough of the details to feel comfortable diving into book 2. And when I was looking at options for Queer Friends, I just kept coming back to this one going, I know that this one worked really well for that. And I know it's such a good book and I would love to recommend it. I wasn't really, because one of the things I don't know if you've noticed, anybody who's paying attention to Rocky's Rainbow Readathon, is that I try to make it so that you're not getting like 4 fantasies, and that there's at least one middle grade option, one YA option, and one adult option. And I was getting to the point where I was running out of places where I could put middle grade that fit without overloading things with fantasy and stuff. Because that was the balance, is 1, finding enough middle grades that fit the prompts. And then 2, finding enough books that weren't fantasy so that I didn't have months where there was like 4 fantasies. So I kept coming back to this one and went, you know what, we're going to go with it because I know it's perfect and I would love more people to read it. And I'm planning on rereading it. Like, me and Omi had already planned to buddy read it. It was just, it worked out really, really well, timing wise. So I'm glad that the people who have read it seem to have enjoyed it. And I was really surprised that it won the poll. I wasn't even certain it would win. I never know going into these things what y'all are going to vote for. Y'all almost always surprise me. So I think that's also really interesting. Anywho, let's fix the timer because we're going to do a 60-minute sprint so I can make dinner. Because, like I said, I am very, very hungry. So let's kick that off. I will see you all after I eat. How do we do? I ate, which is really good, and I'm now on page 108. Stormy's being a little stink pot and has decided that he's being very picky about what he eats, which is frustrating because it meant he did not get his heart med because he does not seem to want anything besides crunchy, fishy treats. You'll be continuing. Me and Omi are continuing too. Sir Callie and the Dragon's Roost is on my May TBR. And Paisley agreed with text about Sir Callie. Hello, Molly. How are you doing tonight? We have a bunch of hellos that came in while I was making dinner. Hello to everybody who came in. Sue got to page 270 of 357 in First Witches Club. Nice job, Sue. I am getting through my book. Although I do think it is time to throw my hair. It's driving me nuts. What did I do? I don't know. I'll have to find my hair tie. I think I left it in the bathroom because I had my hair up when I went to shower, so it's probably still in there. You folded laundry and ate dinner. Productive sprint. Like I said, I made dinner. I opened book mail. I got We Burn So Bright. It's tiny. I wasn't expecting it to be so short. And then, like I said, I tried to give Stormy his meds and some food, and he was just like, nope, don't want that. Nope, don't want that. Nope, don't want that. Ooh, fish treats? I'll take some of those. Such a picky boy. Then again, he is my kid, so. I was arguing with my mom because she was getting frustrated that he wouldn't eat his food. And, of course, all the other cats are hovering, but we can't give it to them because it's got his heart med in it. And I'm like, You're trying to give him a hamburger when what he wants is pizza. Or better yet, ice cream, because that's what treats are. So I don't quite know what to do there. It's not like I can force him to eat. And the other cats don't know. You read 9 pages of The Handmaid's Tale. Not sure how I feel about it yet. That book scares me. There's that book. There's 4 books that have been mentioned that I'm like, I feel like I should read, but I don't know if I have the spoons for it. That's one of them. Parable of the Sower is somebody else that was another one that was mentioned that is topical. Fahrenheit 451 and 1984. You started the Rat Hunter's Commonplace book. That's what, book 4 in the Green Glass House series? I won't touch that book. Good luck to you with it. The Handmaid's Tale. This is my thing is like, I'm like, I understand why people would read it, and I do feel it's probably relevant to what's going on, but I also feel like I just do not have the brain capacity, and my mental health is just not in a place where I can handle that. Sorry, Stormy's being picky. Kane does that, and it's hard to get him to eat. He's just being picky. It's also warm, and I don't think he likes it being quite this warm. It's going to be interesting to see how he deals with the summer. He might have to go in one of the air-conditioned bedrooms, which is not going to be mine because he definitely won't want to be in mine. He likes to go in my dad's sometimes, but it's been a while since he's tried to go in there, so we'll see what happens. Too many tabs. I lost you. Well, I'm glad you found us again. You just finished Fahrenheit 451. Man, you are on a roll of not easy to read books then. You just finished Everybody. Is that supposed to be like everybody looking or everybody looking? There's a strange theme in my books right now. I'm also working on a book about fascism. I am reading, where is it? Do I know? Is it? Oh, it's right here. I'm reading Caste, The Origins of Our Discontents, and that's hard enough. Thankfully, I'm balancing it with The Shattered Horn and now Sir Callie. As my pile did not like that I moved that book out of there. Fahrenheit is on your physical TBR. It is not one I own. It is one that is like maybe someday. You got sidetracked watching YouTube videos. Hopefully I will read the next sprint. I watched a little bit of Blood on the Clock Tower while I was eating. I'll watch the rest of it later. You've read Fahrenheit 451 and 1984 a couple of times. Don't think I will read them again. That is fair. They're ones, like I said, where I'm like, I understand from what people have said that those books are very topical and very much don't like. I think it was one of Kelly's sprints today that I was reading or watching, where they were talking about 1984 and how it feels like it's talking about what's happening right now. And I'm like, I get it, and I understand the want to read it, but I'm also like, I don't know. I don't want to read things about what's going on right now. Like I said, cast is hard enough. 3 words. So some body problem. Or somebody, or everybody looking. There we go. My brain's just changing the title completely. You wanted to know what the title of Omi's fascism book was, and it is Fascism, A Warning by Madeleine Albright. Sir Callie was not easy to get through. It's not. But I think it's designed that way. It was tough, Omi. Stressful. I do think, in my opinion, that is part of what makes it good, though, is that it's not shying away from tackling some really tough topics. 1984, I read years ago and did not enjoy it. Because, like, the writing style, the tone, the topic, like, the content matter, like, what was it that you didn't enjoy? You're about to start a brief history of the Carnation Revolution. It's about the coup that ended the dictatorship in Portugal in 1974. I didn't know there was a coup that ended a dictatorship in Portugal in 1974. So you learn something new every day. You bet that is a good book. I don't know whether you're talking about Omi's or Paisley's, but hopefully they're both good books. And on that note, I think I'm going to go back to my good book. So, oh, no, I already did that. Let's kick off the next sprint, and I will see you all in 30. How do we do? I'm now on page 165. And we're right in the middle of like, a really, really like deep, intense scene. Hello, Zoe. How have you been? On Tyranny and On Freedom by Timothy Snyder are both great and short. I haven't heard of them. I'll have to look into them. Sir Callie was so good. I just wasn't expecting for middle grade to be that intense, right? It's such a good book. It's definitely, in my opinion, the older end of middle grade. Like I've said, like I wouldn't give it to a younger reader, but it's got so many amazing themes in it. It's got so much important things that it tackles, and it does so in a way that is going to appeal to, fantasy readers, which I think is also really important. I'm really, really loving my reread. I'm being reminded why I love that book so much. Molly said hi to Zoe. Paisley said it was intense, Omi, for sure. Intense is a very good way to describe it. You're reading Dire Bound, Zoe. Hopefully you're enjoying it. 1984, the writing style wasn't for me. The topic matter, no picnic, but important. That's fair. So it's more of the topic matter was a hard read, but it was supposed to be hard, and it's important because sometimes you need to read those hard reads. It was just the way it was written wasn't necessarily for you, which brought down any enjoyment you would have gotten out of this very important thing that you read. Thank you for Sprints. I'm off to interview with the Blades and Blasters podcast. Well, thank you for joining us, Kelly, and I hope the podcast goes well, or the interview goes well, however that works. And as Molly said, good luck, Kelly. Talanda read 1.5 chapters of your book. Nice job, Talanda. You disappeared from chat a bit. I was nonstop doing stuff until I finally got Sprout to sleep and Sprite in bed. Now planning my Simlit Society prompts. Nice. I spent time last night figuring out exactly what I was going to read for Hikeathon. Those prompts ended up being a lot harder for me than I thought they were going to be. Like a lot harder. Only a few pages. Only read a few pages. My Amazon order arrived. They sent the wrong thing, so I had to deal with that. Ooh, that stinks. And Molly said, Sue, that happens too often. 17 pages read. The world building so far is slow, but interesting. Sometimes slow isn't necessarily bad as long as it's still interesting. Although, sometimes it's just slow and boring. And that's when I try to get out of a book. I know that April's a month so far where I just seem to want to DNF everything. I think because me and Tux were talking about it, I think I've DNF'd 5 books, and I'm currently like 50-ish pages into the Paris assignment, and I'm not liking it. I can tell based on the description that it's going to completely change tone, but I just don't know that I care. Oh, that's no fun, Sue. No. Just at a glance, Hikeathon seemed more difficult this year. It's got some really like interesting prompts, and my problem is like I don't have a problem with them. It's the books that immediately come to mind for some of them are books that I don't normally read. Like I know the hardest prompt by far for Donner's Winter Wonderland was Cabin on the Cover, because every book I found was a thriller, and I don't read tons of thrillers. And so that made that one hard for me. And then there's like the survival prompt, and it's like, well, that feels also thrillery, or like you're being stalked in the woods. And then there's like Lost in the Woods, which also feels like, thrillery. And I was like, a lot of these, I'm not saying that there's books that don't exist that fulfill these prompts, but a lot of the ones that come immediately to mind are things like thrillers, or that give me thriller vibes, or they're like a book I've already read. A very good book for several of the prompts for Hikeathon would be Hatchet, if you haven't read it, by Gary Paulson, because that also immediately came to mind. I was like, maybe I'll do a reread of Hatchet, even though I've read it multiple times, because that book was just like so perfect for so many of them. Although I will say one of them takes place in the woods. And y'all, you would not believe how long it took me to remember that I have not one, but 2 Warriors books on my May TBR, not April, we're in April, and that I might be rolling over the one I'm reading in April, and all of them take place in the woods. I was like, Chris, what are you doing? That should be such an easy prompt. Like, such an easy prompt. Yeah, I've DNF'd over 7 this month. It's just not, the books are not clicking with me. And y'all have seen the sizes. Like, I mean, I'm not even sure you've seen the sizes of my TBR. I think I have over 20,000 pages planned for next month. So, like, you've seen the size of my TBR. Like, I have so much other stuff that I could be reading that I'm starting to get to the point where I'm like, if you are not hooking me and drawing me in and making me think I'm at least going to give this 4 stars or have a good time, but it's like a 3.5, I'm bailing. The haystack and the other haystack, and oh look, another one over there. Is that? I'm trying to figure out what that's a reference to. Is that like you're describing the way the book's being written? It's only the second time it's happened to me, and they just sent out the right stuff. It was food, and they told me to just keep it. I get that sometimes. For sure. We've had that with Walmart where we ended up with like tortillas, and I'm like, we didn't order tortillas. For Cottage on the cover, I did Mirror Mirror from Disney's Twisted Tale. Now, Cottage on the cover is for Bun Bun, and I believe I had... What did I do for Cottage? Was it A Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping? Now you're going to make me say... See, but cabins are not cottages. And me and Omi were really, really specific with cabins are not cottages. So those were 2 completely different prompts because we knew we were doing Cottage for spring. So I was like, it needs to be a cabin. What did I do for Cottage on the cover? Because I'm almost positive that is a prompt for... Where is it? House of Many Ways. I did House of Many Ways for Cottage on the cover. I lie. But like I said, like Cottage and cabin are 2 completely different things in the way me and Omi were defining them. So it was like... I ended up reading 2, actually, back to back because I had found a thriller that sounded somewhat interesting, and I requested it so my mom could read it, but I was in line. And I was going to wait for my mom's feedback. And in the meantime, I found I started looking for books that were set at summer camps because oftentimes in summer camps, you are staying in cabins. So I went that route. And I actually am planning on reading, I had found 2 summer camp cabin book with the cabins on the cover for Donner's Winter Wonderland. And I actually went back and picked the second one up. That's my plan for Hike-a-thon. But it meant I had to add another book to my TBR because I certainly didn't have one. That's good news. Yes, it's one last step. Yeah, my April's Warriors book, I think, is rolling into May. Yeah, Sunset. I might get to it. I might not. But if that's the case, I would have, 3 Warriors books on my May TBR. I keep having to think because my brain wants to spit out April because we're in April. I also think I did a March, too. Which is always good. Over 20K, what is your monthly average? Around 15. Some months I read less, some months I read more. It also depends on what I read. Obviously, if I have more graphic novels, manga, or like middle grade and cozy mysteries, I'm going to read faster and I'm going to read more than if it's a bunch of Sanderson and Hobb and stuff like that. So that factors into it. But also, like, it's really weird because, I mean, again, 1, I don't know if you caught my explanation earlier, or 2, have been watching my vlogs, but I have been living in an episode of Cups. My life has been chaos because we have a neighbor that's just having all sorts of issues, and it's like every time we turn around, they were here like 4 times in the space of 7 days or 5 times in the space of 7 days, and it's like making me really overstimulated and overwhelmed and struggling to concentrate, which is probably not helping because I'm picking up these books that maybe I would have pushed through were in a different headspace, but right now I'm like, no, this is not interesting me. I don't like you. Like Violet Thistlewaite, I was like, I'm now halfway through that. I'm like, I'm done. I'm not enjoying myself. I can't, like, it's not bad. Like, I'm not DNFing it because the writing is terrible or there was something offensive or anything like that. It's just, it's not hooking me. Oh, and Way of Kings is going, slowly but going. I really did enjoy that. It's a big, thick book, and a lot happens, and, it's not like the most fast-paced story to have ever existed, but I had a good time with that. I just had to get like the second one, I was in a headspace where I just kept hearing Wheel of Time. Haystack was you're describing how it felt. Oh, was it? Yeah. Yeah. Which one is the cabin one? Well, for Donner, it just said cabin on. Donner was Donner's Winter Wonderland, and it had a cabin on the cover. And then for Hike-a-thon, there is one where it says cabin on the cover or on the edges, I think is how it's worded. It's in the second group if you're talking about like which set of prompts, and I'm going to try to do both because I'm an overachiever. Cabin was from Donner. The cabin was easy for me as I had just won a short book from Goodreads, The House in the Wood, and It's a Long Cabin. Well, that is also helpful. Oh, I had a winter romance book for cabin. Something about tropes in the title. Yes. Any trope but you? Believe me, I went back to the Goodreads or the Storygraph page for Donner's Winter Wonderland and hopped in the cabin thing to see if anybody had added something that sounded interesting, and I was not coming across something. My goal is 10K, but until this month I have been struggling. Yeah, mine tends to average about 1,500, so like 500 words a day or pages a day. So 20 is pushing it. I've done it, but it's pushing it. Although I think, let me see, where is my TBR? Let's see. So I'm going to skip anything that happens to be on my Phase 10 TBR, just because, you know, I don't think there's anything real. Yeah. There's a couple on my Phase 10 TBR that are like, you know, in that vein. But I also have, well, I'll just count. This way I'm not giving you titles. I have 1, 2, 3. Let's see. I'm going to put that one in there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12 of the 54 books currently on my planned May TBR that are like short little quick things or mangas or comics or graphic novels or picture books or things like that. I do have some middle grade and I do have a lot of cozy mystery, but I can tell you that I have a Hobb, I have a Robert Jackson Bennett. I moved Sanderson because I can read it in April or May or June, so I moved it to June just to give myself some sanity. But I'm going to have 2 Robert Jackson Bennetts because I definitely don't think I'm going to get to my reread of The Tainted Cup this month. So I'm going to read The Tainted Cup and A Drop of Corruption, but that might be fine because if I'm reading them back to back, that might help. I have Shadow of a Dead God, which is an adult fantasy. It's going to be a long month. I'm just hoping that we are not in any way, shape, or form going to be continuing to live in an episode of Cops. That will help. You did say excuse the typo, so I'm assuming that was Chris and then hugs. It's been a long month. Yeah, I'm an overachiever too, so I'm doing both Hike-a-thon ones. Yes, any trip with you. Both Hike-a-thon. And Text Explain. It's split into 2 categories this year. Macy did the same thing with Galaxy-a-thon where you had like Team Aliens or Team Humans or something like that, and I was like overachieving. The only one I didn't do was Alien Romance, and that is because or Alien Human Romance because I couldn't find anything that interests me, and that wasn't really a trope that, you know, I enjoyed. Speaking of Phase 10, I got both of my runs, and I think I actually finally understood it. I'm not sure whether you misunderstood or I misunderstood, because I know I replied in the Discord because you had in your set of 9s, you had marked that you had 2 wilds, and for the wilds you did like a hobby and took part in sprints. And wilds, you're supposed to do another one of the prompts. Skips are what you use those 8 skip prompts for. So like your hobbies, your sprints. For wilds, you should have been doing 2 more 9 prompts, but I realized I don't have a section to mark skips on there, which I'm going to correct for the next phase. So I was like, I don't know whether you just put a yes there so that you knew you didn't have to read a book for it, and they were skip prompts, or whether they were wild prompts and you misinterpreted what I said because maybe I wasn't clear enough in the video and in the Google Doc. You're still trying to find a book to fit your board text. LOL. Not going well so far. I wing it with text bingo boards because I just do not have the spoons to try to cram in other books on my TBR that are very specific. Like some of text's bingo prompts are just so specific that I'm like, I just can't do it. You just finished your board today. Nice. What prompt, Omi? Oh, I didn't realize that about hackathons. Yeah. This year's. I don't know if it was last year because I didn't take part, but this year it's there's 2 sets and you can do one or the other. But of course I'm going to try to do them all because I'm an overachiever. Going down the first column, May new release by a Jewish author with a border on the cover and make in the title. Oh. Yeah. I had one book with make in the title and I was like just the word make and I was like, I am not reading that. I'm going to read spoiler map makers. I'm using the word map makers because it's a graphic novel. Like it was a graphic novel or it's I'm not gonna remember the name of it, but it's the one there's really popular romance that's going around right now that's like set in Vermont in the 1990s and it's like got fall foliage on the cover and you have like the guy and the girl and it was like 500 pages and I was like eeny meeny miny mo. I'm going with the graphic novel. Oh, sigh. Well, maybe I'll understand next time. LOL. And I appreciate that you're trying. I realized I was like, well, one, I replied like I knew exactly what you did, and then I was like, oh, maybe this was a me thing because I didn't have a column for the skips, and then I was like, well, maybe I didn't explain something right because I also know it very very well because I'm the one created it. So it was like maybe it's like I didn't word it in a way where it clicked with your brain. So I was like trying to explain it a little bit more, but then I realized it also could have just been the fact that I had nowhere to mark skips on the spreadsheet and you could have just utilized the space for wilds as skips. So again, I didn't know whether it was you or a me thing, but you still took part. You still did your best to try to clear off some of your TBR, which is the point. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's not that serious. Oh, your May TBR for my board. Yeah, I gave up trying to find a single book, so I'm trying down the columns again. Ah, yes. Look at Neil Gaiman. This I'm trying to remember hang on. Is he my brain is glitching. I'm trying to remember before I say anything. Because my brain will absolutely do that because I tend to confuse names. Oh, goodness gracious. We'll do it this way. Yeah. I don't mess with Neil Gaiman. I was like, is that the right Neil? Because I tend to confuse him with others. I don't mess with Neil Gaiman. Nope. You have not found a make book yet. Yeah. I found like if it makes you happy, maybe. I think it was as close as I could get. And I went, no, I'm going with Map Maker. My border one might be Cold Clay by Juno Black. The trees look like a border to me. I'm going with A Drop of Corruption. Because I'm crazy. And I was like, yeah, I didn't get to the Tainted Cup in April, so I'll just read them both in May. It's fine. He's totally fine. Anywho, like I said, I was in the middle of a really intense scene when that sprint ended, so let's unpause the timer so I can get back to it, and I will see everyone in 30. How did we do? I'm now on page 227. I think we're going to do 3 more sprints. Like, I think that's what's going to take to finish it. Assuming there's no distractions. And I want to finish this. So, that's the plan. You can do some of them separately, but you're trying 1 book per column. I'm not even trying that. I hit what I hit, and that's that. You might read Jackie Chan Never Grow Up for my AAPI. I don't even know if I've really looked at that one to see if I have anything on my TBR that matches. The Fixer by Bernard Malamud might be my Jewish one because it'll also work for the Year of the Fire Horse 1966 publication. It's always good when you can find something that matches multiple things that you're working on. You hope you find a good one for the column. Oh, yes. It's not going well. Yes, that's one where I'm like, if it's not already on my TBR, it's just not going to get read. Omi, what makes Sammy run? This meets all 3. One edition has a black border, and there is a rare edition that has one of those fancy gold borders. But it's not a new release unless it's being republished. I've never heard of it, so I can't help you there. You're trying to come up with a TBR for May, but my anxiety is high. I feel that. My anxiety has been bad, though I think lately it's been more autistic burnout and autistic being overwhelmed due to sensory inputs due to being autistic. It's been really interesting because one of the things me and my counselor talk about a lot is trying to figure out when I'm struggling, if it's anxiety, and if, like what is causing that. And if it's not, is it because I'm autistic? Is that what's triggering it? Because I also have a lot of anxiety built into being autistic. I think because when I was a kid, obviously I was always autistic, so I think I was having autistic meltdowns, and the way the people around me handled them created a lot of anxiety around having these meltdowns. So now when I start to have a meltdown, my anxiety kicks in, so it's like I feel anxious. So trying to figure out when I'm anxious like that, am I anxious because I'm about to have a meltdown, or is there an anxiety trigger, or is it a little bit of both? And it's really, really tricky, but it does make it hard to do anything, at least in my opinion, when your anxiety is high, because you ain't driving the boat now, are you? That was a housework sprint for me. Well, hopefully it was a successful one. And he's a Buggy. Hi, Buggy. Hi. You got 7 or 8 pages. You're headed in the right direction, Omi. Slow and steady. You're very welcome, Molly. Like I said, I'll be here for 3 more sprints, but I understand if you can't hang out. Not everybody stays up as late as I do. 111 pages into The Mountain and the Sea. I just started it today. I'm reading it for the gifted prompt in phase 10. Nice. I should also mention that I don't know where you live, so it could be early. You could just have plans. That's also possible. You got to page 234 of 336. Nice job, Talanda. Still here and lurking. Have I read more yet? No. That is me with so many of your sprints. I put them on, and I'm like, this is great, Nicole's sprint. I'm going to get so much done. And then it's like, you're like, so that was the last sprint. And I'm like, what do you mean that was the last? I didn't get anything done today. And we have a couple of people saying hi to Nicole. Like I said, I've lurked in a couple of your sprints. I just have not had the spoons. Omi, you might be screwed. I'm not sure about the new release one. Yeah, I don't remember the prompts that go with that in the columns or whatever. I'll have new release checked off, though, so I'm not worried about that one. And you said hi to Nicole. Omi did. I know I have new release because I'm planning on reading Wombat Waiting, and I want it now. I love a good Catherine Applegate. I'll be here just letting you know that I'm happy to have sprints today. Well, then I'm glad I ended up sprinting. It was, I felt like I had to because I really do like reading the Rocky's Rainbow Book Club picks on sprints, but it was like, I cannot sprint tomorrow because I'm having if like I'm getting a filling done and it's a wrestling night. And then Thursday, I did not want the pressure of having to read Callie and hope that the internet worked and that nothing came up and that counseling wasn't going to leave me drained and all of that. So I was like, it's today or today, which is why yesterday I was like, I'm filming my TBR today, even though I don't want to. Text, I feel like you're purposely making these boards impossible. I mean, yes, to some extent, I look at them and go, yeah, how is that supposed to work? This one says a book released in the 1980s. This one says a new release. I'm like, so unless you're finding a new release of a book that was originally published in the 1980s, I don't know how you're doing that. But I also think the text is pulling specifically from prompts that are towards their year-long challenge. I wish this would give me more of those. I'm pretty sure they're mixed in. I need to make a new one for our fantasy because now that I'm doing that, it would be great to have a specific prompt that was like, hey, you're going to read one of your our fantasy bingo books. And Nicole said hi to Text, Molly, and Omi. And on that note, I'm going to get back to Star Callie, and I will see everyone in 30. How do we do? I'm on page 288. Things are happening. You made the challenge for yourself. You did. You did. You didn't want to pick a book for each prompt or just double up. No, you needed to try to find a book for the entire board, or as like the lowest number of books that you possibly could. You'll try to do better in June. My problem is that none of these are my made up prompts. They are all May prompts from multiple reading prompts. Some of which I do believe are mine. And Omi's, because Omi helped come. Omi, you did this to yourself multiple times. You haven't even looked at the board for May. I did, and I haven't looked at it since. The May board is 16 prompts. I looked at it when you first dropped it text, and I haven't gone back to it because I was like, let me figure out exactly what I'm reading, and then I will worry about the board. You're trying. LOL, I know. The trying to get one book to fit them all is your own personal challenge. Good luck. I feel like just because of the readathons and things texts are doing, it's like almost always there is something that is the exact opposite, like read an adult book, but read a middle grade book. Or read a historical fiction, but read a nonfiction. Like, they just don't work. There's always at least one set of prompts that are like the exact opposite. I don't think that it's a hard board. It's just that Omi's trying to make a column of 4 fit into a single book. Column 3 looks like it was easy to find one, though, and maybe column 2 wasn't so bad. I love this. You're going to let Omi just play it out where everything goes so they can try to get the columns. Page 129. Nice. And you caught up in your reading journal. That's awesome text. Talanda's gone to page 247. Nice. Content creation stuff. Next sprint is updating everything for phase 10, so I can play that hopefully during sprints. Y'all get my phase 10 tomorrow. Who do we got? It's the princess, the little gremlin. Hi. She's like, did I hear something? Are you planning for my readathon? Look me in the eye and tell me that you're playing Cielo's Curious Chapters. I want to hear about all the mysteries y'all are reading. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. We'd love a Cielo. No, don't step on the computer. She hit a button. Come back here. We's out of practice. You do like that you do this text. I think text boards are fun. They just don't always work with what I'm reading. $2.99 of 357, and I got the trash and recycling cans to the street. There we go. Nice job, Sue. And text said thank you. And then text said, see hello. And Molly said, sweetie. And Molly is working on it, Cielo. Next year, green eyes on the cover. Yes. That's a fantastic prompt. Might be a little tricky with mysteries, but fantastic prompt. And Talanda said, hello, Cielo. Yes. You're like, it is me, the queen. Look at my girlie. You purring, I hear you. You're so happy right now. Mm-hmm. My girlie. Yeah. Phoenix is going to be so sad. Hopefully Phoenix is lurking and is getting to see Miss Cielo. She loves Cielo. Oh. This could be interesting. She is gorgeous. Oh. Rocky had his 2 paws up on the thing, and when she turned around, he was like, actually, no, I don't want to come up there. Yeah, see? Oh, that was great. She was like, I'm not sharing. This is my channel and it's my time. Please tell me the mic picked up her hissing and meowing at him? Cielo, sweet baby, yes. Cats are so good for us. I heard on the radio that there was a study done about how much life satisfaction our cats give us. I would not still be here if it wasn't for my cats. There have definitely been times where the only thing that has made life bearable was having my cats. Or maybe just eyes on the cover. Or green cover. Both. Bonus points if the eyes are green. Their purrs help heal. I believe it. They certainly heal my heart. There's also a great line in Sir Callie that I meant to note, and then I didn't because I was busy and I couldn't type right at that moment. But it said something about like how Callie loves being around animals because they just don't care. Like that stuff doesn't matter to them. They care about how you treat them. But yeah, I'm so hoping that the mic picked up the way she was like hissing and meowing very sternly at Rocky. Like, no, this is my time at my channel. You don't get to butt in. The result was the average person would have to make 90K more a year to reach the same satisfaction level without cats. Interesting. In college, I took a course all about happiness and about how studies have shown that once your like basic needs are met, it's like if you were to make everyone's, basic needs, like they have all the food they need, they have shelter, they have healthcare, like all of that kind of stuff. Once all of that is met, no money on top of that actually increases happiness. So like the phrase that money can't buy happiness is both true and untrue. It is true in the sense that like you need money to get food and clothes and health insurance and things like that, like a roof over your head. But buying your 6th yacht doesn't actually increase any of your happiness. It was a pretty fascinating course. You tell him, Cielo. She has left. She was like, okay, I said hi, and then people tried to butt into my time, and now I'm out. Peace. And on that note, let's get into the next sprint. I will see everyone in 30. How do we do? I'm on page 346. And I believe, based on timing, that I will finish in the next sprint. So the next sprint is going to be the last one. And I'm really, really enjoying this. I forgot how good this book is. Heavy, but good. So having our needs met gives us happiness, but greed does not. That is quite interesting. It was. It really, really was, because I had no idea. It was a fascinating course, like a super fascinating course. Oh yeah, text boards are great. I just made a personal challenge as a joke, but now I'm determined to try to finish a board with one book, or at least attempt the columns with one book. And we're all rooting you on, Omi. Even though some of us are like, yeah, those prompts aren't going to work. I'm just going to pretend they're not there. Only 13 pages, but I made an 8 dinner that sprint. See, that was still a successful sprint. There are some sprints where I take an hour to make dinner and I don't read a dang thing during the whole things. We got to page 158. Nice. Oh, I will be down, once I finish this, to like an hour of... I actually think it's less than an hour. Less than an hour of the Shattered Horn. And then I think I have... It's like 2.5 hours, I think. 2.5 hours-ish of cast. Like at the speed I listen to it at, like it'll take me 2.5 hours. I'm just double-checking here. And then, like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm going to DNF the Paris assignment because I'm not feeling it. It's not clicking with me. Oh, no. I have less than 2 hours. I have less than 2 hours in cast. And it'll take me less than an hour on the Shattered Horn. And that would be finishing my Phase 10 TBR. I will say, I took a reward and I wasn't sure. But I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm going to finish Sir Callie when I sprint tomorrow. Like, I'm going to read the whole thing. And then these two, I feel like I'm in a place where they're good. And then either the Paris assignment is going to hook me and I'll be able to finish it, or I'm going to DNF it. I know it's going to be a different book if I just sit with it, but I don't care. I don't like our main character. I really don't. You're watching the Cliff Notes of the history of Henrietta Lacks. Hopefully you're enjoying it. I have no idea who that is or what that is. You're on page 258. Nice job, Talonda. Took dog out for final time. Found Stella playing with the bath mat. We have like all of these like area rugs on our floor because we had torn up the carpet at one point, and because of the cats, we just didn't replace the full thing. So we have like all of these little bits and pieces of carpets. I'm sure you've seen it in videos when I've been in the living room. And Bun, when the toys get picked up, so my dad can vacuum, if we don't put them back out, we'll start playing with the corner of one of the rugs. You just realized that I don't need June new release on the June board. That will make things easier. It will. Why? Why is... Out of curiosity, like, why don't you need a June new release on the June board? As opposed to, like, the other months where you did have one. Yeah, I mean, I can't blame you. I have to keep putting cast down at night because I need to read something that's less depressing. I mean, informative, but definitely depressing. You're going to switch books as well. I'm not. I'm so close to being done. I'm not switching at this point. You got a bit more planned for Phase 10. You think you may be able to play the next sprint, and you made it to 49% in Forest of Secrets. That's Warriors, right? I can't read my book titles from over here. I mean, one, the light is hitting them at a really weird angle, and two, technically I'm supposed to wear glasses for distance. But you try getting glasses without leaving the house when you don't know what your what prescription you need. That's one of your next reads. Ah, the history of Henrietta Lacks. I was like, what was Molly talking about? Not the Cliff Notes. Fair. Would you like the link to the video to watch? I can DM you on Discord. I mean, yeah, if I get to it, I'll add it to the list of many things, of the many things I need to watch when I have a spare minute and I'm in the mood to watch something. I need to read The Mortal Life of Henrietta Lacks for the 52 Book Club Connections. I legitimately don't know who that is. So maybe I need to know. Is Henrietta Lacks somebody that could be good for Bugsy? I don't read books now. Like, where is it? Where is the book? This one. I just read this one, and it's about 50 extraordinary and inspiring sportswomen. And I'm telling you, I was going, ooh, I need Omi to read. I need Omi to read this. There are some names in here. Ooh, there are some names in here that could potentially be good for Bugsy's Journey Through Time. And that was my entire thing. Of there were so many names of people I had never heard of that I was like, I need to do more research, but like I need Omi to read this because there's a lot of really interesting names in here, and because there's 50 of them, like some of them I know, like Serena Williams is in there, Simone Biles, but there were others I had never heard of, but their stories sound really interesting, and I'm like, how will I ever narrow this down? So every time I was reading a new person, I was thinking, oh, Omi. Herkiad 2. I'm done with new releases after May. You did your June one already? I did not do my June one. I still have my June one. What do I have planned for that? I think I have... What is it? I have something planned for it. Yes. The Disaster Gay Detective Agency is my plan for June. It was on your TBR last year, but you didn't get to it. That's fair. I have a lot of books that are on my TBR last year that I didn't get to. Like Midnight Without a Moon, which I still haven't read, which was on my Bugsy's Journey Through Time TBR. Sure is. Mm-hmm. I was like looking at the title going, wait, I know that book. Why do I know that book? Sure, but I won't watch it until after I read it. That is also fair. Sending now. Thank you. Actually, maybe for Bugsy. See, anytime I hear about anybody that's famous in any way, shape, or form, I'm like immediately like, ooh, could they work for Bugsy? Especially if they're not, you know, well known. And I think their story might be interesting. Do we have at least 2 more sprints? One more sprint. This next sprint is the last sprint. You found this book looking for DNA being used without someone's permission. That's creepy. You did the June one last year. She let people do a month before July. I did not. I have watched the announcement video once or twice, and I read often the transcript. Like I'll look at the transcript because there is just something about Q's voice that like, oh, the auditory issues I've had. There are just certain people with certain voice tones and stuff where I'm like, no. I've literally asked Omi go and rewatch the video for clarification because I was like, I don't understand. I don't remember what Q said. Can you go watch the video and tell me? I need to make notes this time that I know will be helpful to me and my brain. It is. It is. For sure. It grows longer by the day. I have 2. If you look on our document where I'm like, these 2 for sure. But I definitely think that you might want to see if you can get this book from the library, Omi. Because there's a lot of really interesting people in here that I've never heard of that could be interesting to look into their backgrounds and see if there's somebody we want to highlight or have like really good ideas for prompts for. Okay, then I should switch books. You agree about Q? You will be unfollowing after I've never followed Q. I think that Herkiad is a really interesting challenge. I definitely think that there's a lot of really fantastic prompts on there. Like we talked about this on Discord, that there are some, like for instance, spooky creatures that I'm like, how do you do that if you're not a fantasy reader? So I like the ones where like it is really broad and like very specific. Like for instance, read the queer alphabet, but you can read nonfiction, you can read historical fiction, you can read fantasy, you can read mystery, you can read, sci-fi, like you contemporary, like you can kind of change it up, so that you have like options, and it doesn't matter what kind of reader you are. That's the type of prompt that requires you to read a very specific thing, but you have a broad swath of books that you can read it with. Whereas I was really struggling with the idea of, how do you read a book about like werewolves or zombies if you're not reading fantasy? And it's a lot. And like, I didn't do the point system. I've seen a lot of people like kind of bow out of that because it's a lot. And then like I said, I don't really watch Q's videos because there's just something about her voice with the way my brain works being autistic that there's just some voices that just do not work for my brain, and unfortunately hers is one of them, which of course, is not her fault. She can't change it. I know my voice drives my mom nuts sometimes, so I think that might be more because I'm autistic and I get loud and I don't realize that I've changed like my decibel volume. You'll write that down now so I don't forget. You may give yourself some grades next year for 3.0, and if there's a category that I know would make me read books I don't enjoy, I'll skip them. I don't submit the book. So yeah, I'm not submitting it. So it's also like, I'm challenging myself, and if I don't, complete it, who cares? It forced me to kind of look at what I was reading and diversify it, which those were the prompts I really enjoyed. So I think that's my thing is I really like the ones that, like I said, the BIPOC rep one, the one with all the LGBTQ plus books, even the ones on the different continents, because it forced me to look at stories that were set in other places, which gave me different backgrounds. I like the one, I really like the one where you're reading translated works because I don't always think of that. I think those are some fantastic ones that really made me, look at what I was reading. I'm looking at them right now. The Heritage Months one was really cool because again, that required you to kind of diversify your reading and making sure that you weren't just reading certain things. And I think that can be, at least for me, important because I don't pay that close attention. I'm going, what am I in the mood for? What, books have I come across? And this made me pay attention to what was I reading and when. I like the disability one because I like the idea of reading all of these different disabilities. I really liked the nonfiction one because as somebody who reads nonfiction, I like the idea of challenging yourself to read a wide range of kinds of nonfiction. I thought the TBR challenge one and the readathon one made a lot of sense in context because it was like, okay, go find other YouTubers who have readathons and TBR games and give them a try, and encouraging more interaction with the community. I like the challenge yourself prompt, like make a prompt for yourself because then you can set that to be what you want it to be, what you think would be beneficial for you. I liked the quote one because that is also up to you. Most of them I was like, okay, I'm really cool with, these prompts. New releases is tricky. I do all right with that because of course I can pre-order it, but if you can't pre-order it, it can be very tricky to get new, or if you're somebody who does NetGalley where you can get early copies, it can be really tricky to get your hands on a new release. So I could see how that one could maybe not be the favorite for a lot of people. Like I said, I thought the Spooky Creatures one was really limited. I don't mind the Rainbow Challenge. That one was fine. I'm literally in my what's it called? Spreadsheet. My brain is not tired. I struggled with award season. I've read one. And I didn't mind By the Hundreds either, but that is also going to be dependent on whether you like to read big chunky books. And again, there are just certain things that might not lend itself to really easily reading big chunky books. I like the subgenres of choice too, just because that gave you a lot of flexibility because you got to read what you wanted to read. For the series Staircase, I like the idea of it, but I would have liked the idea of for Read a Trilogy, it could be you start and finish a trilogy, or maybe you finish 3 trilogies. It's the idea of, tweaking that one a little bit. But I'm sure we all have our preference. Like everybody who's done Herkiad, I'm sure has prompts they enjoyed versus prompts they didn't. I stumbled across one because I was going to read. Amanda had the title. Amanda read it. Where is it? This one. I was going to read When the Tides Held the Moon, and then I stumbled across one where I didn't know there was going to be a mermaid involved. Where is it? In Deeper Waters. I was reading that for water for the elemental challenge, and then found out I had a mermaid, so I popped it in there instead. Just throwing this out there, reading 5 indie books allow you to throw out a whole prompt like spooky creatures. That's assuming that you were paying attention to all of that extra stuff, and there was no way I had the spoons to pay attention to all of that extra stuff. And I'm also somebody who's a completionist, so when you give me a set of prompts, I don't like to wiggle out of them. I want to check them off. Again, fine for the people who are paying attention to that, but like I was not tracking points. I wasn't tracking what I was reading. I wasn't tracking how you wiggled out of things. I was just like, here are the prompts. Can I fill them? And also, I'm extremely terrible at being able to tell when a book is indie or not because of all of like the imprints, and I get extremely overwhelmed with the like. I put them on my TBRs because I know it's important. Like in my TBR games, or I think I have one for my TBR game. Or like my readathons, because I know it's important to remind yourself to do that. But like, I struggle. It is something that massively overwhelms me trying to figure out whether a book is indie pubbed or not. I also like the idea of like in the Amazing Readathon where you need to read books by like you get bonus points or whatever for LGBTQ plus authors. But I also hate the fact that I have to try to figure out whether this person is queer or not. It can be a lot, especially when I'm low on spoons and I'm trying to pack a lot in there. And yes, mermaids. You don't like when booktubers sing. There's another person who sings while talking about books. I sing a lot. I don't know that you would love me in real life, unless it's just a booktube preference thing, because I sing a lot in real life. I don't sing on the internet as a rule because I don't think I have a particularly good voice. I don't like my voice when I've heard it back, even though I know that I've been told that I stay on key. Like I'm pretty good about like not going sharp or flat or whatever, so I can carry a tune. I think the only time I've sang on here is one Phineas and Ferb song, and then I did it, and I was like cringing inside when I realized what I was doing because I was like, oh, I'm singing on the internet. I wish I hadn't done that. You can't stand I didn't like the adaptation one either. That one was so incorrect because I was like, okay, so Frieren, is that like an anime or is it a TV series? I read Winnie the Pooh and I was like, well, I know there's a Winnie the Pooh TV show and I know there's a Winnie the Pooh movie, but do they correspond with Winnie the Pooh? Like, does it have to be the stuff that was actually in the book? And then I was like, why am I overthinking this? I'm not turning it in. I'm not submitting it. So does it really matter? You know, like, do I really want to be that picky? And I was never, ever, ever going to watch the adaptations because I do not watch TV as a rule. So, like, it was always going to be me reading the book. And then the worst season is just hard because I'm like, I don't pay attention to that stuff. So, like, trying to have to, again, research all of these categories was a lot for me. You didn't really have a problem with the creatures prompts. I did a wide variety of genres. Interesting. That was really interesting. Because to me, I'm like, well, fantasy, it's right there. You might be able to get away with a few cozy mysteries, but like, I was like, how do you do some of these with not reading fantasy? That one was tough for me because, like I said, I struggle with the sound of Q's voice, which again, not her fault, but it meant that I didn't really want to sit and watch her videos. I did a lot of scanning and trying to find covers and finding ones that stood out to me. I did find them, but it was not fun. You have one left of the awards, but it was not a good time figuring it out. And I went with Goodreads because it was easiest and I didn't want to support Goodreads. I think I pulled most of mine from Spiffbo. Like my planned ones. Let's see, my winner is Murder at Spindle Manor, and that is definitely a Spiffbo book. And that's the only one I've read so far. I'm doing great. I'm looking because I have it all. It's here and it's all planned out. Where is it? For Entrant, I did Magic Maps and Mischief, which is also, I believe, actually these might all be Spiffbo, if I'm honest. Which was really, 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 really good. I just got that for myself from Bookshop for the indie bookstore weekend. Miss Percy's Pocket Guide, because that's one I had my eye on for a while. I'm reading Shadow of Dead God because I already owned it, and that was a finalist. There's two more. Where are they? Then I have Small Miracles, which was a winner. I have 3 more. And then Baker Thief and Windward, which were semifinalists. And I'm almost positive every single one of them was Spiffbo. Have you guys heard of The Reader's Gauntlet? It is very inspired by Hercules, but it's a little different. I have not. The submission form asked if you agreed with Q, and I didn't watch yeah. I didn't watch them. Like I said, I was literally going through like with like the cursor so I could see what book was popping up until I found ones. And like I said, I wasn't listening, so I have no idea. But again, I wasn't submitting anything, so it didn't really matter. I think you saw it in passing, like me write down to look at it more in depth. And also, maybe too late, but there is a spreadsheet of possibilities to help everyone find books or prompts. Yeah, see, I didn't see the spreadsheet, and it took me forever to find out that there was a second website. Like, I need more info. Like, and it took me months to find the Google Doc to realize there was more information, because like there's a reason I do a Google Doc for all of my readathons, because like, and I started doing it because once I did a readathon where there was a Google Doc, and I was like, I don't have to go back to the video. I can just go to the Google Doc and find the section and clarify, okay, this prompt meant what again? That was helpful to me, because I sometimes, especially when I'm feeling really overstimulated when it comes to taking things in, will retain things more if I read them to myself. And yes, if this is about the Reader's Gauntlet, definitely link it in the Discord. Yeah, I don't buy books anymore, just the library. And sometimes it's just hard to get my hands on them. And usually manga is the most interesting to me, and they're never available on time. Y'all, if I bought book 4 of Dinosaur Sanctuary in February, it's not here. I bought book 2, I believe, of Dinosaur Sanctuary in March, and it's not here. They're on back order for Books A Million. And I'm just waiting for them to get it from the distributor so that it can get to me. And yeah. So, yeah, and it is hard. And depending on what you're reading, like if you're reading a less popular title, one that maybe less people have heard of, and then it's like, does your library even have a copy? Like, are they planning on getting a copy of this new release that is lesser known or is like indie or whatever? And that can be hard. And then there's like, well, if you're trying to read like a super popular book, like let's say you wanted to read the new Fourth Wing book, like, if you don't buy it, are you going to be able to get it in 6 months? Who knows? I know I just requested the new Nora Roberts book from my mom because she likes reading Nora Roberts. We're 20th in line because my library has now updated its system so I know where I am in line. We're 20th in line. 20th. Appreciate that, Molly. Let's see. I am at least 40. Let's see, 40, 41, 42, because the Shattered Horn is in progress, but at least I'm in progress in that one. 43, 44, 45, at least 45, if not more. Somewhere between 45 and 50 books that I have to read in the next 2 months to finish this. I did it to myself, though, because my personal goal, like to create your own prompt, where is it? I wrote it down. It's obviously here. Catch up on 30 backlist series 2022 or prior. And keep in mind, I think I had the time, there was like 45, maybe 40. And I was like, well, I'll catch up on a bunch of them, like most of them. Luckily, some have had books drop in the last year, so I caught right back up on them, which helped. And I've slotted those in. But my dumbass wasn't planning. So I got towards like March and realized, oh no, I have like 6 of these and I need to reread like 4 books to finish it. Because there's no way I can read the last book and catch up or finish it without rereading. And yeah, I did that one to myself. And Tex says thanks. And woot for being that close to being done. You change the rules for new releases because you don't do pre-orders unless it's an author I know and loved. So I have to wait for library holds, which sometimes take a couple of months. I've gotten really lucky that a lot of my series have had new books coming out periodically. Like, let me see. What did I do for... So July was Fence, the newest one. August was Laying Down the Latte, which was the newest Bake Shop mystery book at the time. September was The Court of the Dead, which was the new Rick Riordan book. October was Through Blue Hearts, which was the third kind of companion in the Lynn Kelly series. November was Brigands and Bread Knives, which is obviously the sequel to Legends and Lattes. December was Keeper of the Lost Cities, the graphic novels, Part 2, Volume 2. So obviously that's a series. Through Gates of Garden and Gold is the newest Wayward Children. That was January. February was Enola Holmes and the Clanging Coffin, which was obviously the newest Enola Holmes book. March was A Ghastly Catastrophe, which is the 10th book in the Veronica Speedwell mystery series. A Place Between is my April plan, and that is the 4th book in the Lightfall series. I haven't gotten to it yet, but I should be getting to it in May, because you had 60 days. Wombat Waiting is my May book, which is the newest Catherine Applegate, who's an auto-buy author for me, and then the Disaster Gay Detective Agency, which is how I have it written, which does not sound like the right order. But that is the new book by... my brain wants to go V.C. Andrews, and I'm like, I know that's not right. It's the author that wrote Lavender House. And my brain is just blanking. So legitimately, every single book on here is either by a continuation in a series or a book written by an author where I've read multiple books and enjoyed them. You got lucky with the 701 because I happen to have a book on my TBR already for that one. I am doing the Stormlight Archives. I'm reading 1,000-page books. So I could have done that one in my sleep. I'm trying to think, which one was the hard one? There was one that was like really hard. I think it was 500. I think I struggled with between 2 and 300, and then 500 and 600. The others were all pretty easy. And Omi said go text. Yes. The big chunky books are going to get me. Yeah, I get it. Your 600-page one was for a book club. Well, if you had joined us, Warbreaker was over 600 pages, which is what I use. So because I was doing the Sanderson read-along, I had 600 covered, and I had 700 covered. You completely agree about figuring... It's so complicated. Like, I got... If you haven't seen my Cielo TBR, I got indie or self-pubbed. And I ended up going with Read to Death at the Lakeside Library because I Googled the publisher and it looked like it was indie, and I was like, if somebody knows that this is an indie, let me know, because I get confused with this stuff, but it looked like, from what I looked at, like it was. It is so much easier than like HarperCollins. Just it's easier when I Google and it's very clear that they're from one of the big five and I can just move on. I could have probably read Midnight Murder on Hunter's Eve, because that is a mystery. And I know that the first 2 books were involved in Spiffbo, so therefore I know that they were self and indie published, not big press. Completely unrelated, but I forgot to message about it earlier, but my printer is getting delivered tomorrow. I'm so happy for you. It's a BookTube preference. Yeah. I mean, that's not why, like I said, why I don't enjoy watching Q's content. It is just a audio issue, but then you throw in singing, I don't think my brain would handle that much better. I'm not in the Discord. But I would assume, given how popular it is, that it's probably pretty loaded in there. Oh, I sing a lot. My song hit is lately because Five Sauce is on tour, so I've been watching little clips of them. And I'll watch a clip, and then I'll walk off, and I'll be singing that song for the rest of the day. Lately, it's been Ghost of You. The awards he gave up on. Which is fair. I'm here for the books and not for the songs. But I mean, constant singing, not like once or twice. Which is fair. It's a preference thing. Like, if that's not something you want to watch in your BookTube videos, then you shouldn't have to. You counted manga for TV series because I saw others count. Yeah. I have that for animation because it was animated, so I was like, shrug. What did I do for TV? Winnie the Pooh ended up being a movie. I haven't done TV yet. I'm using Jamaica Inn. Jamaica Inn is my TV. That's what I ended up penciling in for my TV is Jamaica Inn, because apparently Jamaica Inn by Daphne du Maurier was a TV, a movie, and a play. And I do like Daphne du Maurier. That's exciting, yes. You had 2 1-star and 2 1-star and 2 books from the awards. Is that supposed to be like 2 1-star and 2 2-star books from the awards? I've only read one of them and I enjoyed it, but it was also the sequel to a book I had already enjoyed, so I wasn't massively worried about that one. Interesting. Like I said, that wouldn't work for me because I would have read Romeo and Juliet and then I would be stuck because I was only reading books. I was not watching plays or musicals or anything like that. That is also valid. Oh, see, I don't think about that because I don't read horror. Might I suggest that anyone doing 3.0 works together to do that would definitely be helpful. I may put, maybe I'll put a section in my Discord for Herkiad 3.0 in case anybody wants to chime in there. Because it's a lot. It depends. 1, I'm pretty sure she's doing it just because I've seen things. And 2, it will depend on whether I want to do it based on what the prompts are. I think I started watching that movie and really did not like it and ended up walking away. You're done after Herkiad 2. I completed part 1 and I'll finish 2 and then I'm quitting. I'm just not enjoying it at all. And if you're not enjoying it, you shouldn't be doing it. You're not doing 3.0 either, and I feel great about it. See? There you go. Y'all can help me figure out Herkiad 3.0. We can do a happy dance together, yes. Understandable. It's fair. You're glad they updated the system. Mm-hmm. See, I love the challenges. Like that's my thing. Is I'm like, there's definitely some books that I ended up really enjoying that I would have never picked up without Herkiad. And I like the fact that it makes me look at my books and go, okay, where is the diversity? Where am I getting it from? Am I reading broadly? And it is one of those things I don't, it might have been Amanda that I was having this conversation with where I get the BIPOC prompt and I'm immediately like, okay, what Black authors do I have? Or if I'm really stumped there, I'm like, okay, what Indigenous authors do I have there? And I forget that there's a whole host of people that fall under BIPOC that are not Black or Indigenous. And this made me look at those books that I was reading that fell under one of those other categories. Because I tend to go with whatever is easiest, not because I don't want to be more diverse, but because it's like, what's the first thing that popped into my head? Take a look at Reader's Gauntlet. Text in Omi, you might like it. Link is in general chat. I will definitely look at it. 17 books, you have 1 left. Nice. I would have been better if I planned, but I wasn't taking it seriously until like January. When I got massively into planning all of these TBRs because I had all of my own. And then I got really into, filling in spreadsheets and doing this and that. And then I got, your quote was long. My quote was pretty long too. And I had weird work. Like, my quote was, every book is a little mirror. And sometimes you look into it and see someone else looking back. Molly said, you're very welcome. You'll have to check it out. Yes. So will I. You still need to do March and April. Like I said, I did Ghastly Catastrophe for March. My challenge yourself list is why my bingo boards have had 80s and 90 public. Ah, I see. Hey, Chris, just finished Mossverse sprints, but I'm going to take a little break and have a nap before I continue tonight reading Queen of Shadows. You're here for the last sprint. If we ever get to that point, we're having a giant conversation in the middle of sprints, which I don't normally do. You're square you're reading in this last sprint. Me too. I think the one I chose said self-published for the publisher, thankfully. That helps. Self-published, I think, is easier to figure out than indie published because it's like CJ Archer is. I could use CJ Archer. I'm so dumb. I am reading an entire series that's published by CJ Arthur, which is the author of the book. So that's self-published. Do you see why I get frustrated because I'm like, there's a book that's staring me right in the face, and I just completely missed it. You can do it, Nicole. Yes. You follow Easy Cat, who has been publishing books that are pretty popular, so I know his press is indie. That definitely helps. You need to get some of those books talks. They sound so good from the ones I've seen. I have never even heard of them. So, links. I had already read that, and I'm not doing rereads. I read 2 of them. They were both 3 stars for me, but I'm going to still read the ones he publishes. Fair? There's so many channels. It's pretty overwhelming. I struggle with that. I struggle with Discord in general because I have no idea what I'm doing on there, and I'm like, trying to do the basics, and I have like so many of them. It's why I'm glad like phase out your series-a-thon. Like I combine the TBR and the series one because they're all on the same thing because it's the same kind of idea, just a spinoff. You think the one I'm most stuck on is musical, so I'm just watching something for that. Mary Poppins! Mary Poppins is a musical! That's what I used for it. Per earlier words, 2 books were terrible reads for me. It happens. Musical, the original Beauty and the Beast is a really short read. A retelling. I'm telling you. According to my research, Mary Poppins is a musical. It's been done as a musical. That's also true. Yeah, okay, it was you. I was like, I'm pretty sure it was Amanda. I'm just like, why? So I was very much like, I did like the fact that it made me go, like, you couldn't use the same background, like you had to stretch it out. Your quote was great at the beginning, not so much at the end. A lot of my books are at the end. Yeah, see, and those didn't seem odd until you go looking for them. I blanked. It was on my TBR. I've been reading 1 book a month, and it was on my TBR. It was right there. But if somebody were to tell me that the library one wasn't self-pubbed, I now know what to read for it. Your TBR prompt had me do a poll, and the poll pick said, do 3 quote words. So 3 of my quote words I had read for twice, so I wouldn't have doubles. I didn't want to do any doubles either. I feel like, and this is stupid because it's a challenge, doesn't in the end really matter. None of my readathon challenges really matter. They're just personal challenges for me and anybody else who wants to play along, like Rocky's Rainbow Readathon or the season, strolling through the seasons. But it's like, I read well over 500, like a bajillion books a year. I was over 400. I don't even remember how many, but I've read so many books. I'm almost at 200, I think, right now, and we're in April. So I'm like, I should not need to double up. I enjoyed that upon reread. I've got books 2 and 3 in my house right now to finish. Note to self, look into Mary Poppins and Beauty and the Beast. Mary Poppins was good. I think the movie is better. Like I said in my Books and Bloom blog, that I was expecting Mary to be Julie Andrews' Mary, and I just don't think that the book could be Julie Andrews' Mary. Like, that's not how that works. But that's what I wanted. Because I love Mary Poppins. And y'all, I had the hugest crush on Dick Van Dyke when I was a kid. The hugest crush. Wicked is a musical. That was the first thing that came into my mind, and I went, I have no desire to read Wicked. None. It is. Which is supposed to be, I love her. She and Dick Van Dyke had such fantastic chemistry, and it's such a good movie. That was my first thought, Molly. But that book is way too large, and I think I'd hate it despite loving the musical. I have no desire to watch any of that. Also true. See, I didn't know these things. I did not know these things. I haven't read it, but I'm using Castle in the Air for air. The word air. Anywho, I believe I'm finally caught up on prompts, on comments, which means, nope, that's not what I wanted. They've moved things. There we go. which means it is time for the final sprint so I can finish my book. So let's kick this off and finish strong. I will see you all in 30.